Good morning.
Morning, Namit.
Okay, I'm going to admit people, so y'all need to mute yourself and wait until Nalin ඔයාගේ ගාවට එනකොට ඔයාගේ පින්තූර වැට්ටාම you start, okay?
Vipassana meditation will be done on a daily basis, facilitating the students to experience the vision of the Theravada Institute. The Buddha's teachings, the foremost guideline for the attainment of the ultimate bliss, the Nirvana, were brought to Sri Lanka during the reign of Emperor Ashoka. Arahat Mahinda, the son of the mighty righteous Indian emperor, introduced pure teachings of the Buddha, known as Theravada, to the island nation, where it formulated the legacy of Mahavihara, which pervaded the rays of spirituality into various countries for centuries. Teachings of the Buddha are profound but practical, should be experienced personally with direct wisdom. Correctly learning the Dhamma is the key to this direct experience. For thousands of years, the tradition of Theravada has maintained modes of teaching and preserved the discourses of the Buddha to prosperity. These modes of Buddhist education are still followed by thousands of monks in Myanmar. However, unfortunately, with the elapsing of time, amidst difficult circumstances, in Sri Lanka, these archaic methods of tutelage found their way to extinction. The International Institute of Theravada is a monk training center for the spiritual and academic development of Buddhist monks based on Theravada teachings. It educates monks irrespective of their sect or nikaya and other differences. Any monk who resides at his institute is ought to abide with the training rules recommended by the Buddha.
The institute will conduct few academic training courses in various levels. The first and foremost being the Nissaya Muttaka training course, which runs for 6 years, covering the subjects of Vinaya, Suttanta, Abhidhamma, Samatha, Vipassana, Pali and the history of Sasana. Extra attention will be given to train and teach monks in the formal acts of Vinaya, which we call Vinaya Kammas, which are utterly necessary for the continuation, unbroken continuation of the monk's lineage.
The practice of samatha and vipassana meditation will be done on a daily basis, facilitating the students to experience the learnt theories in real life.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. ගුරුවරයා සහ ශිෂ්‍යයන් අන්ධකාරයේ ඉඳිමින් සරූපාර්ථ වශයෙන් සහ පාලි වශයෙන් ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. ඒකට තමයි රාත්‍රී වාචනය කියලා කියන්නේ.
In addition, special training will be offered in crafts and skills such as robe making, bowl coloring, which are bound with the life of the monks. Monks who wish to become teachers, potent to ordain and train young monks, can undertake the Parisupattaka training course, which covers more subject ranges, including the requirements recommended by the text. Then, for the ones who wish for advanced learning courses, the Bahushruta training courses will be conducted, plunging into deep ends of Buddhist doctrine. A monk who has successfully completed the training courses is expected to be capable in practicing correctly in order to attain his own liberation and to guide the laity in the same spiritual path. He has the skills and capacity to ordain and groom monks up to the standards expected by the Buddha, and also to propagate the Buddha's teachings in diverse multi-ethnic cultures. A program called Upasaka Janalankara will also be arranged, aiming the spiritual progress of lay devotees. It is intended to provide basic knowledge in the doctrine of Theravada, adequate to understand the practice of Vipassana meditation accurately. The International Institute of Theravada,
a group of young monks consisting of Most Venerable Verapitiya Devananda Thero, Venerable Matugama Dhammanisanti Thero, Venerable Ududigana Siddhartha Alankara Thero, who has successfully completed the Alankara examination, one of the difficult examinations faced by monks in Myanmar. Venerable Kiribadgura Tilokananda Thero, Venerable Labunorwe Dhammavihari Thero, Venerable Walave Sumedhaloka Thero, Deniyaya Upasama Thero, who has mastered Patthana studies in Myanmar, and Venerable Palmadulle Vijitananda Abhivansa Thero, who has successfully completed the first stage of the Abhivansa examination, one of the toughest examinations faced by monks in Myanmar, and myself successfully completed the Theravada education in Myanmar, especially in the ancient techniques of Theravada studies, and also exposed to various traditions in Thailand and elsewhere, has taken up the responsibility in establishing the International Institute of Theravada in Rajavigama, Karuwalagaswawa, Sri Lanka, at this beautiful and peaceful location.
These young venerable monks who have shouldered the responsibility of establishing the International Institute of Theravada are disciples of the late Most Venerable Maha Kammatthānacārya Na Uyane Ariyadhamma Mahathera, the Vice President of the Sri Ramanya Mahanikaya and the Supreme Head of the Sri Kalyani Yogasrama Samastha. In order to make this vision a reality, a pious devotee, Chandrakirti Bandara, donated a land of approximately 100 acres in Karulagaswaba, Anamaduwa, for the establishment of the International Institute of Theravada in 2018. Former President Maithripala Sirisena, under his Sasana Development Project, provided 18 million rupees for the initial constructions of the institute, along with 6 chambers or kutis for the monks. The constructions were done by the Sri Lanka Army, and the initial complex was handed over to the Mahasangha on 15th November 2019. Currently, constructions are underway for a lecture hall and 10 chambers or kutis in order to commence the 5-year teacher training program. The current complex is supposed to be completed within few months. But the constructions for the main complex, which will provide lodging and educational facilities for 500 monks with few dormitories, many single kutis, around 20 well-equipped lecture halls, a meditation hall, a dining hall, and a library, is expected to begin mid next year. Visit us on our website www.theravado.com.
වර්ෂ 1505දී පෘතුගීසි ආගමනයත් සමග අපරදික සංක්‍රමණිකයන්ගේ යටත් විජිතයක් බවට ශ්‍රී ලංකාව පත් වුණා. කුළුබඩු වෙළඳාම සහ ක්‍රිස්තු ධර්මය ප්‍රචාරය කිරීම මොවුන්ගේ ප්‍රධාන අරමුණ වුවත් ඒ වෙනුවෙන් පළමු පියවර වුණේ දැයට අධ්‍යාපනය ලබා දුන් බෞද්ධ සිද්ධස්ථාන විනාශ කිරීමයි. පෘතුගීසි හා ලන්දේසි ආක්‍රමණයන් සමග අප බෞද්ධ සංස්කෘතිය සදාචාරය දිනෙන් දින නිසරු බටහිර සංස්කෘතියේ ග්‍රහණයට ලක් වුණා. 1815 කන්ද උඩරට ගිවිසුම අනුව තුන් සිංහලයම ඉංග්‍රීසින්ට යටත්වීමත් සමග මෙම සාපරාධී ක්‍රියාවලිය වඩ වඩාත් උපායශීලී ලෙසත් රාජ්‍ය තාන්ත්‍රික ලෙසත් නිර්දය ලෙසත් ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නට වුණා. ඉංග්‍රීසි අධිරාජ්‍ය පාලනය යටතේ සිංහල බෞද්ධයන් කොන් වුණා. ඔවුන්ගේ රැකියා අහිමි වී ගියා. රටේ පාලන තන්ත්‍රයේ රැකියාවන් හිමි වුණේ අධිරාජ්‍ය ගැත්තන්ට පමණයි. මෙම දැඩි පීඩනයත් වේදනාවත් පරාධීන බවත් තුළින් සිංහල දේශීය බෞද්ධ අධ්‍යාපන ක්‍රමයක අවශ්‍යතාව දැඩිව ඉස්මතු වන්නට වුණා. දා නවවන සියවසේ මැදභාගය හෙළ ඉතිහාසයේ ඉතා වැදගත් සන්ධිස්ථානයක්. මෙවන විට විදේශ ආධිපත්‍යයට ගොදුරු වී දේශීය ශිෂ්ඨාචාරය වල්බිහිවී ගොස් තිබුණා. මේ අතර දෑ හිතයිශී ගිහි පැවදි වියත් විරුවන්ගේ පුනරාගමනයක් සිදු වුණා. එම පඬිවරුන්ගේ පිබිදීම තුළින් ජාතිද්‍රෝහී මිෂනාරීන් සමග උණුසුම් ගැටුම් රැසක් ඇති වුණා. එක්දහස් 873 අගෝස්තු මස 26 සහ 27 දෙදින සිදු වූ ඓතිහාසික පානදුරාවාදය ජාති හිතයිශී සටනේ උච්චතම අවස්ථාවක් බවට පත් වුණා. මොහොට්ටිවත්තේ ගුණානන්ද හිමියන්, හික්කඩුවේ ශ්‍රී සුමංගල හිමියන් ඇතුළු අභීත බුද්ධ පුත්‍රයන් රැසකගේ වාග් චාතුර්යය හා පාණ්ඩිත්‍යය ප්‍රකට කළ මෙම වාදය දෙස් විදෙස් බුද්ධිමතුන්ගේ නෙත් පෑදූ අවස්ථාවක් වුණා. පානදුරාවාදය පිළිබඳ ඇමරිකාවේ පළ වූ ප්‍රකාශනයක් කියවූ කර්නල් හෙන්රි ස්ටීල් ඕල්කට්තුමා 1880 මැයි මස 17 වනදා ගාල්ලෙන් ලක්දිවට ගොඩ බැස්සා. එතුමා සමග ගොඩබසන ලද රුසියානු ජාතික බ්ලැවැට්ස්කි මැතිනියගෙන්ද බෞද්ධ පුනරුදයට ලැබුණේ අනබි භවනීය සහයෝගයක්. මෙම වකවානුවේදීම එංගලන්ත සභාවේ නායකයෙකු වූ CW ලෙඩ් බීටර් පියතුමන්ද ලංකාවට පැමිණියා.
Your feeling is most natural. I who speak understand it perfectly. My heart is full of sympathy for all those who are afflicted as you are. But I hope that I can do more than sympathize. I hope that I can bring you help and relief.
දේශීය බලවේග ඒකරාශීවමින් පැවති එම සමයේදී කර්නල් ඕල්කට්තුමන් සහ එක්ව 1880 ජුනි මස 17 වනදා පරම විඤ්ඤාණාර්ථ සංගමය පිහිටුවීමට කටයුතු කෙරුණා. දිනෙන් දින වඩා වර්ධනය වූ දේශීය බෞද්ධ බලවේග සමග අධීන ශිෂ්ටාචාරයක් උදෙසා අනාගත පරපුර නැඹුරු කළ යුතු අධ්‍යාපන ආයතනයක අවශ්‍යතාව මේ වකවානුවේ තදින්ම දැනමින් තිබුණා. CW ලෙඩ් බීටර් පියතුමන්ගේ විදුහල්පතිත්වයනුත් පළමු ලියාපදිංචි ශිෂ්‍යයා බවට පත් වූ ජිනරාජදාස ඇතුළු සිසුන් 37 දෙනෙකුත් සමග දොඩන්දුවේ පියරත්න තිස්ස නායක වාහිනියන් ඇරඹූ බෞද්ධ පාසල් ව්‍යාපාරයේ දැවැන්ත ඉදිරි පියවරක් ලෙස 1886 නොවැම්බර් මස පළමුවනදා කොළඹ මැලිබන් වීදියේ අංක 61 දරන ස්ථානයේ බෞද්ධ ඉංග්‍රීසි පාසල නමින් ආනන්ද බිහිවිය. අතීතයේ අප සතුව පැවති අධීන ශිෂ්ටාචාරයේ පුනරුත්පත්තිය ලක් දෙරණ මත මෙසේ සනිටුහන් විය.
Colonel Henry Steele Olcott is an important Sri Lankan national hero and is perhaps the most important of such heroes who was born overseas. Colonel Henry Steele Olcott was born in 1832 in the United States. A journalist and a lawyer, Colonel Olcott achieved early distinction as an officer in the US Army during the American Civil War, which was fought from 1861 to 1865, achieving emancipation of the slaves in the United States. He served in several important military and governmental roles in the course of his career. The Panadura Vadaya, or the Panadura debate, was instrumental in Colonel Olcott visiting Sri Lanka. Colonel Henry Steele Olcott co-founded the Theosophical Society in 1875, along with Ms. Helena Blavatsky and others. They transferred the headquarters of the society to India in 1878. Colonel Olcott and Ms. Blavatsky reached Colombo in 1880 and observed the Panchasila upon their arrival. At a time when the practice of Buddhism in the country was under serious threat, Colonel Olcott, along with his colleagues, instituted important measures to stem the deadline. The establishment of a network of Buddhist schools under the Buddhist Theosophical Society was of paramount importance. The network of schools include Ananda College, Colombo, Dharmaraja College, Kandy, and Mahendra College, Gaul. The Buddhist Theosophical Society schools had an uphill battle to fight for a long time, having to compete against the well-established missionary and British-controlled educational institutions of the time, whilst receiving no support from the establishment. However, the Buddhist schools established under the Buddhist Theosophical Society thrived, while also being a foundational element, the Buddhist revival in Sri Lanka. The Buddhist revival in turn was of paramount importance in
in the success of the independence movement. Colonel Olcott passed away in 1907 in Adyar, Chennai. The Buddhist revival in Sri Lanka played an important role in Buddhism, continuing to thrive in Sri Lanka despite many challenges, while also contributing substantially to the realization of independence for the country. Colonel Henry Steele Olcott played a very important role in the Buddhist revival. He is one of Sri Lanka's most important heroes and should be recognized as a key figure in the strengthening of Buddhism worldwide. Such was his enduring influence.
Hello, I'm pleased to welcome you all. This year, we have participants from many countries, including the United States, Australia, Canada, India, Lithuania, Malaysia, Myanmar, New Zealand, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, and the United Arab Emirates. As you have seen in the videos, it was impossible to teach Buddhism in Sri Lanka back in the 19th century and early 20th century. With all the obstacles, Henry Steele Olcott, along with Hikkaduwe Sri Sumangala Thero, Migettuwatte Gunananda Thero, S. Mahinda Thero, and Anagarika Dharmapala founded our schools, Ananda College and Nalanda College, and started reviving Buddhism in Sri Lanka. In honor of those founders, today we continue to keep spreading the great Buddha's word. I'd like to thank our three teachers, the Buddhist monks, taking their time to guide us by sharing their knowledge and experience. Also our moderators, who are working hard to make this event successful. I hope you will take this opportunity to the fullest and improve your meditation skills and serenity. Please feel free to ask your questions using the chat line. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ananda. I am one of the moderators working with Vijay Vatugala. And for this program, actually, we have a few people working behind the screen, Lucky Rajasinghe, Rakshita Disanayaka, Rahim Mantara, and a few other people. First of all, welcome again to our annual Founders Day meditation program. I think we are so lucky to have gathered here today, especially when so many activities and cognitive incomers and everything is going outside. Actually, not only the cognitive incomers, but also the cricket, world cricket also, as well. For Ananda Nalanda Founders Day events, we are always striving to get the best teachers available for our programs. This time, we are so lucky to have the venerable monks from the International Institute of Theravada, Sri Lanka. We call it IIT. So far, our first Dhamma talk and the guided meditation session, we have the pleasure of introducing none other than the Vice President of the IIT, Most Venerable Maggavihari Thero himself. Actually, he needs no introduction to most of us. He is a well-known and renowned Abhidhamma teacher and a pioneer in establishing the IIT Sri Lanka. He studied at Royal College, and immediately after his advanced level, he took to robes and ordained as a novice monk under the patronage of Most Venerable Nayune Aryadhamma Mahathero in 2006. He studied Dhamma under him for about 6 years, and then in 2012, he went to Burma to pursue further studies on Theravada Buddhism at the International Theravada Buddhist Missionary University in Myanmar, and earned bachelor's and master's degrees on the Theravada teachings. Later, he started teaching at the same university and became a world-renowned teacher and a practitioner in pure Theravada tradition. He has many online courses in Abhidhamma and other Dhamma programs, and you are requested to actually check on them on YouTube. I should not take much time here, and I now respectfully invite our Kalyanamitta, Most Venerable Maggavihari Thero to teach the Supreme Dhamma of the Buddha. Avasarයි Swamin Wahanse.
Therwan Saranai, can you hear me, Mr. Ananda?
Yes, Swamin Wahanse, you are good.
Okay, right. So, Therwan Saranai to everyone. So, we were invited to do some activities on Dhamma, especially regarding the meditation subject. And especially on this, I would call an auspicious day for all boys and the current students of the Ananda and Nalanda College. They commemorate this occasion that every year, recalling their founders who greatly benefited to their lives. It is also a very nice gesture to show your gratitude, even after long times, that to an institute that you greatly benefited from. So before we start the program, this will run for 2 days. Actually, 2 sessions in 2 days. It's quite, it's around 8 o'clock in Sri Lanka at the moment. I think it's daytime in USA. So before we start the occasion, I would like to invite everyone to observe the 5 precepts. So before we do the meditation and go into the Dhamma talks. So could someone switch on the mic and recite Namo Tassa 3 times to observe the 5 precepts.
Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa.
Buddhang saranang gacchami.
Buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dhammang saranang gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Sanghang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Yampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Yampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Yampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Saranaгаmanang sampunnang. Panati pata veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Panatipata veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Adinnādāna veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Adinnādāna veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Kāmesu micchācārā veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Kāmesu micchācārā veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Musavada veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Savada veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Surameraya majjapama datthana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Suramere majjapama dattana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami.
Tisaranena sadding panchasilang dhamman sadukang surakkitang katva appamadena sampade tabbang. Everyone saranai to everyone. So today we have started the program specifically for the development of our spiritual faculties. So we were invited by Mr. Ananda Mahikanda, who has been living a life dedicated to the Dhamma, and 3 monks from the International Institute of Theravada would participate occasionally. Today there will be a Dhamma talk by myself and a guided meditation, and then there will be a Q&A session in which you can ask the questions about the meditation and also about the talk that I am about to deliver. And then there will be another guided meditation by Venerable Valave Sumedaloka. And then the next day, you will have the opportunity to listen to a good Dhamma talk given by Venerable Vijitananda Abhivansa Thera, and a guided meditation done by him, especially on the practice of sympathetic joy, we call. Some would call appreciative joy, which is a rendering of the Pali word mudita bhavana. And also there will be another special Dhamma talk given by Venerable Valave Sumedaloka, and then a Q&A session. And to end the program, we would have another guided meditation done by Venerable Sumedaloka. So my attention or focus today would be towards the development of our focus, and so we would also can term it as mindfulness. In Theravada Buddhist perspective, in this perspective, mindfulness means an attribute of the mind by which or in which the defilements, unwholesome thoughts, or the disturbing thoughts have been subdued due to a certain quality in the mind, and that quality itself is called the mindfulness. The Pali rendering for this word is called sati. Sati, S-A-T-I, sati. I think most of you are aware of this word. When we say sati, it is the state of the mind by which the unwholesome thoughts have been removed, either temporarily or permanently. Permanent removal of unwholesome thoughts happens at the attainment of supramundane path and fruition. We call the Lokottara Magga and Phala, Marga Phala. Normally we say in Sinhalese, Marga Phala. At that moment, normally, not at that moment, according to the Buddha's teachings, the defilements would be eradicated permanently. It means they would never come up again in our mind after that attainment. Before that, prior to that, like when we practice in day-to-day life, when we develop this quality called sati, the mindfulness, the defilements will be temporarily away, or they would be pushed down or subdued or suppressed. And that leads to the calmness of the mind and the peace of the mind, and we will be able to experience a lot of serenity. And I hope that most of you who are participants and who have been Buddhists would have experienced this serenity someday at a certain stage in your life. Maybe it may be for a few days or few months, or maybe in few sessions, or maybe in few sittings. if you have experienced that serenity is completely contrasting to the burning, that the burning caused by defilements. That serenity is the reason and is the encouragement for us to tread upon this path in spirituality. So I'll be focusing mainly today to give you a technique to develop this focus, which we know in Pali as Anapanasati, mindfulness upon breath, or mindfulness on breath. So with this, we gain lots of benefits. If I go into the details, which has been listed by the Buddha, it goes till the attainment of the final liberation. It means becoming an arahant, and also becoming a Buddha. Even he himself needed the support of this meditation practice to get fully enlightened. Mindfulness on breath means that we focus on our breath and giving up all the desires and attention towards other objects, and we dedicate ourselves to this natural phenomenon which is called breathing. It is a natural phenomenon that happens within ourselves. From the moment we come out from the mother's womb, the exhalation starts, and then we start the inhalation. Then we keep on doing that till our final breath. Final breath has been exhaled. So focus on this is something that leads to the spiritual development, and that has been practiced not only by the Buddha but also by ascetics of other spiritual practices. So this has been something, because it's a natural phenomenon and it's very, very easy to understand this object and to focus on this. So what happens is, now I think most of you have tried this method, focusing on your breath, for some time, but we find it quite difficult or daunting to keep our attention upon this phenomenon without letting our mind to go astray or to go wander in various unnecessary objects. So first of all, we have to, before we develop this, I'm not going to focus on the benefits of this technique, because I assume that most of you have learned it listening to Dhamma talks, and also you have experienced some of the benefits of this technique, being mindful of your breath. If I say briefly, you will be able to focus on your work, day-to-day work, with more attentiveness, and the effectiveness of your work, of your mind, would increase, which we can call the efficacy of the mind increases. The memorization, the ability to memorize, would drastically increase, and also you will be able to control yourself, control your mind in disturbing situations, like at great losses, or at the things that others do in occasions that irritates us. And also we'll be able to keep our composure in critical situations that our attentiveness is very vital in vital decision making. In all this, and also especially in our studies, for kids and ones who are doing their higher studies, because we have to have a good focus for a certain period of time in order to be successful. So these are the benefits, and when it comes to the spiritual practice, it subdues all defilements, like the rain would put down the dust road, and also it facilitates the growth in other spiritual practices, such as the other meditation subjects. So I would like to focus on the difficulties that when we initiate this practice, the focusing on the breath, what are the difficulties, or what sort of a mindset that we should have in order to gain success in this training. To give a brief introduction, it's like what we are supposed to do is to focus on this phenomenon. It's like the breath goes in from your nostrils and it goes to the lungs. Scientifically, we know the breath goes to the lungs and it comes back, comes out. But when you look into the body, you see the phenomenon, or you feel like the breath goes through your nostrils, and as if it reaches your belly. So that's why when the lungs are expanding, our muscles or the skin of the belly gets expanded. It's not that the air gets filled in the belly. We know that very for sure. But when you observe it from a subjective perspective, we feel as our breath goes into the stomach. So when we breathe, a certain change happens in our body. The entire body expands and it shrinks when we exhale. So, and also a breath body, a body of air. I would like to prefer to say it as a tube of air enters into your nostrils and goes into your lungs. And also the chest gets expanded. So these are the changes that occur in this phenomenon called breathing. So as a beginner, when we want to develop this technique, sometimes I have found that some struggles to focus on this breath body, the tube of the breath, the tube of air that enters and goes out, because it's a subtle object and it's quite difficult for some to focus at the nostrils. So what we do in the initial stages to get our attentiveness or attention, we just focus at any change that occurs in our body while we breathe. It can be the expansion of the stomach, it can be the expansion of the chest, or it can be the sensations that you feel around nose. And sometimes you may feel that the breath is around this area, around the face, that it goes in. And also sometimes some would be able to feel like that the breath goes in till the stomach. It's just a feeling. So whatever it is, any sensation or any change that occurs in your body can be the object in this technique. I'm not talking about the advanced training in the Anapanasati in this meditation, but at the initial stage, to develop our attentiveness, to prevent our mind from going into unnecessary objects, focusing on any of the changes, regardless of what it is vital, and it is enough for us to develop this progress in this technique. So when we breathe, if you close your eyes for a few seconds and if you breathe, you will feel that sometimes some may feel like the air touches at the edge of their lip. Some may feel that the air touches at the edge of their nostrils. Some may feel that the breath is touching inside the nose, somewhere upper in the nose, upper area in the nose. Or some may even feel some coolness or hotness within the area between the nose and the mouth. Some may feel like the chest is expanding, or some may feel like the stomach is expanding. So when you breathe, whatever the sensation or whatever the feeling you get, just focus on that and have the idea that you are breathing. Very rarely, some may not have any attention towards any of the changes, but he or she knows that he or she is breathing. And even that is enough for this initial stage. So I gave few tips. Either the breath is touching the edge of your lip or the edge of your nostrils, the beginning, the door, or maybe it may touch anywhere inside the nose, or you may feel a coldness or hotness while the breath is entering and going out. Expansion of the body, chest, or the expansion of the stomach, or the idea that you are breathing. Whatever it is, just focus on that. Sometimes the focus may change. Sometimes you may feel it's easy for you to focus on the expansion of the chest. For some, it's easy to focus on the expansion of the belly. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But the idea is that you have to focus on your breathing. You have to be aware that you are breathing. This is how we open this gate. Then we have to keep on focusing on this. First we do is the counting. So we'll try to count the 10 breaths. When a breath is taken in, we count it as 1. When the breath is put out, exhales, we take it as 2. Sometimes while we are counting, we may forget, because our mind is very very successful, I would call. It has a habitual pattern to be forgetful. We forget what we are doing at that moment. It's very easy to happen, especially while we are focusing on something like breath, which is not a fancy object. So sometimes you may forget that you have taken or put out a breath. So then, for instance, you take the breath in 1 and the breath out as 2. Then you forget to count the number 3 breath. Then suddenly you remember while you're exhaling. So then you have to count it as number 3, not as number 4. So whatever breath that you focus, you try to get the attention, just count it. So we have to count it till 10. So if we can do it till 10, without completely forgetting what we are doing, it means we can progress in this path. So I'd invite, while we are listening to this talk, that everyone would close their eyes for a few seconds and try to count their first 10 breaths. I hope you were successful. For some, maybe they will find it difficult to focus, but don't worry. This is something that we have to develop step by step. And please keep in mind, meditation is the most difficult thing in the world, as far as I know, because it's letting your mind to focus on one object, which is the most difficult thing for the mind to do. Mind always prefers to go into various objects. So now, after we have counted till 10, it means we have completed one round of breathing. So normally, what I recommend, based on the instructions given by some teachers in Myanmar, is that when we count 10 breaths, it's better for us to fold one finger on your arm, on your hand. It's like we keep your arms like this. It's better, according to our great teacher, Nawini Aridhamma Mahatera. That's always better. Normally, we keep the right arm on the left palm and always try to keep the thumbs touching each other, which would create some physical energy, spiritual energy, a physical sort of energy. And always try to keep your back upright. It doesn't matter that your posture. It doesn't matter. Your posture doesn't matter much. Whether you are sitting on a chair or whether you are sitting cross-legged. Try to keep your back upright, because it's easy and it's healthier in long term. Because normally when you experience the
So, Ananda, I think the video got stuck there. Friends, we will give a few minutes. I think there's a little technical issue going on. Stay there, please. Thank you. Friends, I just contacted Sri Lanka, Venerable Magavihari, and they are just connecting. So please be patient and stay there. Thank you.
I think there was a technical error in the computer. So what we did so far is we counted 10 breaths, and I hope everyone could, most of you could do it, but sometimes some may have difficulties in counting. And don't worry, because that is not an easy task. So when we count the 10 breaths from 1 to 10, I would recommend that you fold one finger, one of your fingers, the tiny finger, and then goes into another 10. So while we do this, after counting each 10 breaths each, we fold a finger. and then we go to 5 sets, and then we come into 6, unfolding the fingers, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if you can do 10 sets, it means 100 breaths. Normally it is instructed not to count beyond 10. It means we normally don't count the breaths like such as 11, 12, 13, 14, because then our attention goes into the counting rather than focusing on the breath. So therefore, it is recommended that we count from 1 to 10 and then again starts from 1 to 10. So when to have a task to make our mind more flexible and to feel more satisfied about our practice, we would always give a task. Fulfilling tasks is something that our minds naturally likes. So give yourself a task that each day, each and every day, we do 10 breaths. It means 10 sets. If you can focus at 100 breaths every day, it's a huge achievement compared to what we have done in our samsara, and also to compare to the strength of our defilements as common folks. So now we'll be doing this in our guided meditation session. We'll be doing a few sets of breaths, counting breaths. But before that, I would like to focus on the challenges that we face while we focus on this breath. It's easy for us. I think all of we know that it's easy for us to focus on something that gives us pleasure. That is why we can focus on a film, an entertaining film, without even being aware when the time flies. We'll be able to focus on 3 hours continuously without, maybe sometimes without any break. And also we remember most of the parts of the story, because our focus is well established on this particular activity. It's also sort of a phenomenon. Phenomenon means there is something happening in the screen, and we focus on it, and we start to enjoy each and everything if that film is that film is nicely produced according to our taste. So the thing is, now film gives us entertainment. Maybe the sounds, maybe the figures or the story, the excitement, the fear, whatever feeling it gives us. It thrills our mind. It makes our mind enjoys it. So, but at the same time, when we go to a musical show or starts to listen to songs that we admire, it's not that much difficult for us to keep our focus. But when we are focusing on something like breath doesn't have a color. Breath doesn't give you any enjoyment. Breath is not something that much valuable, though it is necessary for our lives. We don't value it in our minds. We don't value the air much because it's always there, and we normally take it for granted. But when the air pollution is increasing, that's the moment that we are alert, or we start to feel the value of air, especially when we are having difficulties in breathing. But anyway, breath is not something that much valuable in our standards to our minds. And it's not something that is fancy. It's not that much attractive. And also the sensation that we get while breath entering into our nostrils is not that much enjoyable, not that much interesting. It's something very natural. So our mind gets bored while we are focusing on such an object. That is the greatest obstacle that we have in meditation. So what happens whenever we begins our meditation to try to focus on a particular object, or maybe try to pervade loving kindness to someone, these activities are not fun, to be true. They're not fun. Either we get disappointed, or either we get the equanimity, like it's not the happiness that comes in first. Very rarely, to the ones who have practiced in samsara, the initial meditation may bring some enjoyment or joy like it has happened to our Mahatera during his, while he was meditating at the age of 12. There can be some exceptional cases, but most of us, when we start to meditate, either we feel bored, or we feel disappointed, or we feel lazy. We feel that is something not that much necessary compared to the work that we have been doing, or we feel the economy like the upekka feeling. It's a natural, neutral feeling. That is the first, one of the biggest obstacles, because the object is not enjoyable. The object of the meditation is not that much enjoyable. If we ask you to pervade loving kindness towards your mother or father, whom you always meet, it's not something that is adorable to us. But if ask about our partner in the beginning of a relationship, thinking about he or her is something that gives us pleasure. But when you come to meditation, we normally instruct, if you are practicing loving kindness, don't take your partner as the initial object, because it can lead you to have lust or attachment rather than the pure loving kindness. So therefore, when we come into meditation, always the teachers would explain you, even though they do not explicitly mention it or directly mention it, what they are doing is they are cutting off all your streams or lines of enjoyment. They are asking you to focus on something that is very natural or very neutral. Think about the breath. Breath, that's why I'll repeat again, breath doesn't have any color. Breath doesn't have, most of the time, it doesn't have any smell. It doesn't give you any pleasurable, exciting sensations. It doesn't have any taste. It's not like eating a pizza or eating a burger. Or it's not like listening to a music. It's it's a very automatic, natural phenomenon that we take for granted, and also that naturally happens within us. So this is the biggest obstacle that we have, especially if we have a lifestyle of enjoying the life. Then one of the next obstacles is that we try to weight this the benefits of our activities. For example, focusing on your breath alone in your kuti, one would feel like it is rather beneficial to work on my employment, or to think about my job, or to think about saving some, about investments to my children or to my family, because you are not going to get anything while focusing on your breath. So sometimes we evaluate the value of our activities, or either now, even you are not enjoyment oriented, your decisions, but still people start to see the benefits of what we do. That's why successful people do not like to waste their time. So there is a high possibility that one may feel that focusing on such a natural, neutral object would be a waste of time. So if this idea comes into us, if this thought dominates your mind, we are not going to meditate much longer. That is the next obstacle that we have. So because of these two reasons, we don't get the intention, we call the chetana, onekama, to do this meditation, because it's not enjoyable and it's not that much beneficial financially or socially, I would call. Then we have to have a proper vision to overcome these two obstacles. And the next thing is, even someone who has listened to Dhamma and who has known the benefits of the Dhamma, sometimes, most of the cases, even though they dedicate themselves to meditate, they find it's very difficult to be successful in. We try to focus on our breath. In few seconds, the mind starts to wander into some object that is not related to our meditation subject. That's the natural. That's the ground level truth. When we try to focus, it's very hard for us to focus on that particular object for a few minutes. Our mind starts to wander. If you have meditated extensively, you know that more you give effort to focus on your mind or focus on your breath or any of the meditation subjects, more the time you be with the object, the more the weird the thoughts become. Sometimes if you have participated in few retreats, fully dedicating the entire time into meditation, you may have experienced that some thoughts that you'll also be surprised by the way your mind starts to think. Some are really unnecessary, unrelated, merging certain two different unrelated incidents into one. It's sometimes like when we see dreams, we start to think, our mind starts to wander. So that's the nature of the mind. So when we encounter this great push of the mind, great strength of the mind to go into various objects, to wander in unnecessary objects not related to meditation, we get bored or we get disappointed. We feel like it's something that we cannot do. For example, if we try to catch a frog with our arms, with our hand, it's very difficult because when you try to catch it, it jumps away. It's very difficult to, unless you have a good cup or something to cover it. So likewise, it's very difficult to hold on to this mind onto one object. That's why Buddha mentioned that pandanan chapalan chittang durakkan dunnivarayang. This mind is so stubborn. It always shakes and it always goes into various objects, and it doesn't have any restrainment. It may focus on good objects, bad objects, weird objects, unnecessary objects, that the thoughts that we cannot express to our partners or to our friends, to our parents. Various thoughts may occur. That's the nature of the mind. And that, in our longevity of samsara, we have developed this. We have developed this force, and it has built up, and it's very difficult for us to prevent this force and to get our attention towards one object. So these are the three greatest obstacles, to my understanding, that we experience in meditation. First is it's not enjoyable. Second is we find it, we don't see much interest in it. We don't see the value of this act. Thirdly, we find it very utterly difficult to be successful in. So now what we have to do is, we have to overcome these obstacles, we have to develop some opposite qualities within us. We have to enjoy the breath. Ajahn Brahm says this in nice word, your beautiful breath. We have to enjoy this breath, which is called the Piti Sambojjhanga, enjoying upon the meditation subject. We have to enjoy the object if we are to successful in this path. Then we have to know the benefits of our practice, which is very vital, which also makes your mind happier. The key to this is to study the Dhamma, or to listen to Dhamma talks and listen to the real benefits of this practice. Because there are many discourses that explains the benefits of earning money or being successful in a good career. But there are less discourses in the world, I would call, that explains the value of this meditation. And we don't feel it much. So we have to have an understanding about the value of the meditation so that we get there, our intention arises. At the same time, we have to start to enjoy this object, which is utterly difficult, not easy at all. Then, when we keep on the third obstacle, I have to say that third obstacle, there are no shortcuts to overcome that. There are no ways that we can prevent this force other than constantly practicing. Only when you keep on practicing every day, you will be able to overcome this great force of the mind to go into various objects. So before we go further in our discussion or in our course, I would also like to invite you to close your eyes again and to count 10 breaths with a composed mind. Yes. So I think you remember the instructions. Whatever sensation you get, maybe the edge of the lip, edge of the nostril, inside the nose, expansion of your body, or even the idea of breathing, just focus on that and count 10 breaths. Try to count 10 breaths. We hope you were able to be successful. Sometimes the ones who were successful in the previous session may have found it quite difficult in the second session. There's also a certain phenomenon of the mind. I will explain it later when we go into the guided meditation. So now we'll try to understand, how do we enjoy this object? How do we enjoy this object? Think about a person who collects the garbage, which is a good occupation that is utterly supportive, necessary for the welfare of the society. Someone has to do that, and which should be a occupation that should be respected. So when we now think about in some countries, like in some Asian countries, I think most of you are aware, and especially in the ancient times, more they collect the garbage, more they get the money. And sometimes people take out the old bottles and papers from houses, and they sell it to certain industries, and they can earn the money. So these objects are not attractive at all. Some are very disgusting even. But to a garbage collector, when he or she sees these unpleasant objects, more he gets these objects, he or she starts to feel happiness. Why? He or she knows that this is the means by which I would earn my money, I would earn my living. So knowing the benefits of this object, things that some would disgust or look away from, a garbage collector would find it attractive, not because the object is attractive, not because the object itself is attractive, because that object gives him lots of comfort in future, benefits in future, because he can earn money by selling this. So that is the same attitude that we have to have towards the meditation objects in the beginning. Now think about someone who is focusing on the repulsiveness of the body. We try to see our body beautiful. We try to consider our bodies attractive. And we enjoy a lot when others see our body as attractive. But in meditation, in Buddhist teachings, we are asked to see the repulsiveness of the body. And sometimes even think about the excrement or the most repulsive things in our body. So how does a yogi, a practitioner, succeeds in such a meditation subject in which the objects are repulsive? At least you can think the breath can give you some sort of a comfort, and it's a natural, neutral object. When meditators are there are meditators who become successful in focusing on such repulsive objects. And some even, believe it or not, some even do meditation having gone to the cemetery in ancient days, looking into the corpse because those days in India, the corpses were just kept outside the normal open cemeteries. We call it Amusohana in Sinhalese, Amaka Sosana in Pali. They were not buried, they were not burned. For some time, the corpses were burned time to time by the one who guard the cemetery. But some bodies have been kept for a long time till they decay into skeleton. So monks go into these cemeteries at night after 10 p.m. during the midnight watch, and then, which is not an easy task to be done by an ordinary person, because there are lots of ideas about ghosts, the non-humans, and so forth. Monks, and a monk has to go alone, even not with a companion, if you want to be successful in the practice, and then he starts to focus on the corpse. Now think, some would become successful and attain the jhana subjects. So therefore, the instructions that are given is, we have to see the benefits of this subject, of this object. What are the benefits that we gain by focusing on the breath? I would rather focus on the breath rather than the repulsive objects. If you are able to count your breath, if you are able to focus at your breath, you will see that you have forgotten at that moment, you forget all the disturbances in your life, all the burdens in your life, all the responsibilities in your life. It doesn't mean that as lay people or as human beings that we have to give up our responsibilities, but there should be some space for yourself to be more relaxed. So normally we get relaxed having a shower and we do the things that we like to do. But please keep in our mind that focusing on your breath, if you become successful in it, you will get a bliss that you would never be able to experience in any other activity in your life. In any other activity, the bliss you gain through focusing at your breath is one of the greatest happiness that you would ever encounter in your life. Ajahn Brahm, if I quote what he has mentioned, he mentions to the open public in public sermon that he says, meditation is enjoyable than sex. These are his words. Why is that? Because the experience that you gain, the happiness that you gain through when your mind is calm, when your mind is serene, when your mind is not occupied by unwholesome defilements, we cannot have an alternative to that. There is no other example for that. You will feel your body become more lighter, cooler, and mind becomes more serene. Believe it or not, there is a natural happiness that comes out of that. There's a natural happiness. As a person who has studied the Dhamma, I'm unable to explain why that happiness comes, but that is a natural phenomenon. When your mind is well focused on a certain object, then happiness, it is inevitable. You cannot prevent the arising of happiness. So therefore, this object of meditation is very vital if you want to experience a bliss that is unique. And then when you compare this bliss with the enjoyment you get with the film, yes, we do enjoy films, we do enjoy songs, we do enjoy certain activities. But think that there is, after watching a certain film, after listening to music or going into a party and coming back, there is a certain kind of an exhaustion in our body, in our mind. If you focus well, you will feel that. But when you do the meditation, the other way around happens. Rather than getting exhausted, there can be an exhaustion in the beginning, but if you become successful in meditation, you gain a certain energy. To put it in the words of Ajahn Chah, the great practitioner from Thailand, 2 hours of meditation is equal to 8 hours of sleep, a deep sleep. So therefore, the enjoyment you gain through this spiritual practice is completely different from the enjoyment you gain through gratifying the five senses. We call the enjoying the panchakama, the five types of senses, gratifying the five types of senses. Also, to give it another, to look into it in another perspective, when we gratify our senses, our mind would never get satisfied. Now just think about this. Enjoyment in sensual pleasure is always comes with the change. Think about the most beautiful scenery in the world, or a film that has been directed or produced in one of the greatest beautiful sceneries. Now think if this scene or a screenshot, if the screen becomes still, and if you are asked to look into this scenery for 3 hours, even though it's the most beautiful place in the world, you would not be able to give 3 hours for this. Why do we enjoy a film? Because it's constantly changing. Why do we enjoy a song? Because it's constantly changing. The gratification in sensual pleasures, gratification of senses in sensual pleasures, is basically founded or based on constant change. Our mind always needs something new. It's never satisfied with one object. So therefore, it gives you some kind of an exhaustion or a tiredness unconsciously. That's why we feel sort of tired after watching a film, after coming from a concert, from a party, or having a nice time with friends. But in meditation, what happens is we are focusing on the same object, but if we have that proper practice, proper attitude, which I would like to discuss in the Q&A sessions, would like to see your questions. If we practice it properly, more you focus, more you start to enjoy. More you start to enjoy. It's a completely the different side of the story. So therefore, the pleasure that meditation gives cannot be gained by any other means. So that is the main reason, knowing this and experiencing this little by little, the only way that we start to enjoy this breath. Because otherwise, you cannot change the breath. You can change the TV channel and go into a good movie. But you can change your clothes and get the attractiveness, but you cannot change the breath. Breath is breath. So how to enjoy it? Only by changing your mindset. Then when you know the benefits of the breathing exercise, automatically the intention would start to come up, because you'll be able to have a good focus. You'll be very successful in your activities. The efficacy of the mind increases. You'll be successful in studies, in your focus in your job, and also we will be able to control our mind in difficult situations. And our relationship with our relatives, our partners, our friends, our family would surely increase. We'd be a more composed, serene person than we used to be. Then what happens? When you have that mindset and when you keep on doing this, naturally, your mind starts to subdue. The thoughts would start to subdue. I think I have run out with the time for this discourse. It's time for a break. So I would invite you to stretch yourselves and get some refreshments. And then after that, I would like to guide you in this meditation subject, and would like to offer you a technique that would help you in day-to-day life in breathing exercises. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the talk, and we'll meet in another few minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Venerable Magavihara, for giving an illuminating talk. And I think it was a very nice approach. And one of the issues I had when I tried to convince my friends to meditate, they said, "No, I cannot meditate, and I have all those problems." And you addressed all those things so that for people to start, they have the courage to go through. And in the next session, practice it and then ask all the questions. Please write your questions into the chat. We will ask all those things in the question and answer session. And have 10-minute break. So we'll be back in California time. Wait for me. So it's going to be, we were a little late here. So can you take like a 35, 8:35? Can you come back? 8:35. Thank you. welcome back. And I hope you had stretched. And so now I invite back Venerable Magavihari Thero to conduct the guided meditation. Please write all the questions in the chat.
Everyone. I hope you had a short break and was able to stretch yourself and refresh yourself. So now I would like to guide you in this technique of focusing at your breath. I would recommend everyone to do this daily and gradually increase your time in your meditation. So rather than focusing, now when I say the time means the time you spend in meditation. So there are two ways that we can focus at this. Some teachers would tell you to increase the time you meditate, like start with 5 minutes or 10 minutes, then increase it to 15, 20, and reach till 1 hour. But I would rather say to increase the number of countings that you do in breath. Because even though we focus for 10 minutes, we have to develop the quality of our meditation. That is the vital point. When we start to count the breaths, which is also instructed in Visuddhimagga in the initial stages, when we start to count the breath, sometimes we may forget. But if we have counted a specific number, like 10 tens, 10 group of 10 of 10 groups, 10 counts, it means we have focused on 100 breaths. Then gradually, every week or twice a week, every fortnight, we will be able to increase it into 15 rounds or 20 rounds, 30 rounds. I would normally guide you till 50, instruct you to reach till 50. 50 rounds of 10 breaths means 500 breaths. If someone is capable to focus on 500 breaths, it's a great achievement in your life. It's a huge achievement. But first we start with 10 of 10 breaths. It means 10 tens. I would call 10 tens. So I think I have mentioned the instructions in the talk. Whatever the sensation you'd get, either at the edge of your lips, at the beginning part or the edge of your nostrils, or inside the nose, or the expansion of your chest, or expansion of your belly, or the idea that the breath you are breathing, or even you can visualize, doesn't matter. Think that the breath comes in from your nostrils and reaches your belly, or even just focus on that area. Whatever it is comfortable to you, just give attention to your breathing. So we'll first, after you have counted, now we counted 10 breaths 2 times in our previous sessions. So now we are going into the 10 tens. So it will be quite a difficult task, but we'll give it a try. So when you count 10 breaths, fold your tiny finger. Then again count in 10 breaths, fold your next finger, the ring finger, then the middle finger, then the index finger, then the thumb. Then you have counted 5 tens. Then after you have counted the 6th round, open your thumb, then remaining fingers, and reach till 10. So it means we have counted 100 breaths. So please everyone, close your eyes, keep your body still, straight, and in whatever posture you are in, and try to count the breaths. Yes, we'll start. Take 3 deep breaths. You may not count them. then you can start counting. I hope most of you have completed the countings. So you can open your eyes. So what we have done is we have focused on 100 breaths. So give yourself a task each and every day. At any time of your day, try to focus 10 breaths, 10 breaths, 10 into 10. Make it a habit. I would not ask you to do more than 10. For 2 weeks, try to focus 100 breaths in this manner. It's much easier if you can do it in the early morning before you go to sleep, or maybe in the evening when you have some leisure time. So after we do it for 2 weeks, why do I recommend 2 weeks? Because people are busy schedules these days. Otherwise, even 1 week is enough to go further. After you have completed the 10 tens for 1 week or 2 weeks, depending on your level, you can move on to 15 tens. Then after another 2 weeks, go into 20 tens. Then likewise, increase it 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. But whenever you have started to do the 15 tens, never reduce it. You can do more, but never do less. There is a discipline that you have to have in meditation. Meditation is a sort of a discipline. Disciplining your, not only disciplining your mind, disciplining our behavior. So it's a sort of a discipline that if you dedicate yourself, commit to meditation every day, that you try to do it every day, even after a very tiring day, even you feel like going into sleep, give yourself some time and try to focus on this breath. So that is the first commitment that we have to make. If we need to progress on this and to experience the spiritual bliss that certain spiritual leaders or the monks have experienced and are experiencing. So then we'll focus on some disturbances that most of the people face while meditating. So the first thing is that sometimes we do forget the counting. Don't worry about that. Bring back again. Because you are folding the fingers, so therefore you don't need to know whether you are in which group, because after you have folded the fingers and then release them, then your turn is finished. So if you have lost in your counting, completely lost, you can, for example, if whether you don't know whether you are expanding or folding the fingers, in which turn, you better start again. Otherwise, even if you've missed some countings, don't take it that much serious. For example, you may have forgotten, or you may have jumped instead of counting 1, 2, 3, or you may have counted 1, 2, 4, or 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. So it don't take it much seriously. So unless you have completely forgotten, you have to start again. Otherwise, you just keep on going. Even you forget to count certain breaths, just focus on the breath that you get the attention. So then, likewise, we keep on doing that for days. The most important is you have to have consistency. Consistency means, I don't think people are unable to find some time to focus on 100 breaths. It may have taken just few minutes actually. But these few minutes will be the base for your greater development in your meditation practice, because you are going to increase it. After you have mastered the 10 breaths, you can move into 15 breaths. And it's much easier. It's rather than focusing on the time you focus, because when you have counted 100 breaths, we can guarantee that you have focused on 100 breaths. But if you're focusing on time, we may have sat for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, but we cannot guarantee how many breaths that we have focused at. So I would rather instruct to initiate the meditation counting oriented, not time oriented. So then also we know that you are given a task. After you have fulfilled these 10 breaths, your mind feels satisfied. Mind knows that I have completed my task for the day. And it's not that much difficult task to complete. And I don't think people are that much busy that you will not be able to find time to count 10 breaths. And when you progress in this, when you reach counting 20 tens or 30 tens, by that time, I'm sure you have experience, you will be experiencing the spiritual bliss, and then the motivation must have risen by that time. So don't 10 breaths. I think everyone can give it a chance. So we'll going to count 10 breaths, and we'll then discuss about this matter again. Yeah. So take three breaths. Try to forget everything in your life at the moment. Just focus on this breath. Your task is to focus on the breath, not to think anything else. But if the mind goes by nature, don't be worried about that. Again and again, try to bring your attention to the breath. Yeah. We'll take 3 breaths and start counting. I hope most of you were able to do the counting. Sometimes the ones who had a successful counting in the first session may have faced some difficulty in the second session. The reason for that is, if it is something new for us, during the first session, our mind gets excited and we are able to focus on it. But when we are trying to extend our time of the focus, the mind gets exhausted, sort of, because it doesn't have that habit. It's not an exhaustion that we get similar to the exhaustion we get while gratifying our senses. But the mind has not developed the energy to focus on this. So that's what we have to develop with constant practice. When you keep on practicing, you will be able to focus. You will be able to extend the length of your time, duration that you focus on the breath. It cannot happen without constant practice. Next thing, another thing that normally the meditation phase is, while we are counting, we do the counting, but at the same time, a different story is going in between the countings. Our mind is constantly thinking something else, some things else, other things, but at the same time, the counting happens. Don't worry about this. That is natural in the beginning. There are certain gaps between the countings. During those gaps, the mind cannot be calm. It shows that how stubborn our mind is. How much it is hungry of new objects. You cannot just focus on the breath. Even during two countings, the mind starts to create different stories, focus on different incidences that happen in our life. Think about the incidents that are going to happen in our life. Decisions we are going to make, what happened in the morning, what is I'm going to do for the next time. Or maybe even if you are having a successful meditation, the mind starts to think that I would like try to bring my friends into the meditation. So all sort of various thoughts would come up in between these two gaps. Don't worry about that. If you want to remove these gaps, remove the thoughts in between these gaps, there's no other way. There is no other way other than practice. Only when you keep on practicing continuously, constant, every day, when you start to fulfill your task, when it becomes a habit, then the mind starts to naturally, gradually starts to get settled on this object. So please don't worry about that. What we need is a lot of energy to continue. The most important thing is fulfill your task each and every day. Find some space for yourself and keep on practicing. So we'll focus again. Now I'm going to extend our practice. We are going to count 15 tens, not 10 tens, 15 tens. Some would find it a little bit harder, but we'll give it a try. So take deep 3 breaths and start counting. I hope most of you are able to finish the countings. And sometimes you may have felt that slow, or that your task, it's quite hard to fulfill the task, or you may feel tired in between fulfilling the task. Keep it in your mind that when you keep on practicing like this, we don't even, in future, we not even feel tired counting 50 tens. So that is the energy, that's the virya that we develop in spiritual level. So that has to be developed only, can be developed only with constant practice. There's no other shortcut. So I hope you enjoyed at least some spiritual happiness during these sessions. The mind became serene or calm to a certain extent. And I hope that would be a good boost for you to continue with this practice. And if there is any questions to be asked about this practice, you are very welcome to do it during the Q&A session. I myself and Venerable Sumedha Loka Bante will join via Zoom. And yeah, it's time for you to take a short break, and we'll meet in another few minutes.
Thank you, Swaminathan. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. So we'll be taking a short break now. So we'll be meeting at 9:30 California time and 10 o'clock in the night at Sri Lanka time. So we have approximately 15 minutes, and come back with your questions. If you can put them in the chat box, that will be great. We may be having a chance to raise hands also, so we'll take it accordingly. So you can take a break now. Thank you. I think we can start the session now. So to start with, we have got some questions already. And also if you want to raise hand, you can do so also if you want to ask the question verbally. When you move the cursor down, you see reactions and you click that and then you see raise hand. There's a little icon and click on that. Then we see that you have raised the hand and you give the chance to ask the question. So I think we have the pleasure of introducing you to Venerable Sumedha Aloka. The formal introduction will be coming later, but right now we have Venerable Magga Vihari and Venerable Sumedha Aloka for the questions. The first question is going like that. Bhante, why do we have a mind that we cannot control? That's the question.
Sometimes it's like asking someone, why do we have the wind that always blows? So if someone asks the question, why the wind is always blowing, that's the nature of the wind. Why the wind always blows? Because it's the nature. Why does the fire always goes up? Because it's its nature. So likewise, the nature of the mind is to go into various objects. So it's a natural phenomenon that the mind always jumps into new objects. It is an artificial act, a deliberate act that we try to stop this phenomenon. That's why it's very difficult. Meditation has become a daunting or a exhausting or a difficult task in the beginning. But after you have trained, after someone has trained the mind, you'll be able to control it very finely, delicately. But in the beginning, the untamed mind, untrained mind, that's its nature. It's not done by you or it's not done by us, because ultimately, only conventionally, we say there is person. But even after, before it has been well trained, it's the nature of the mind to jump or go into various new objects. But it can be controlled by gradual, continuous training. It needs a lot of effort to train this into that level, but it can be achieved. That will be my answer for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask the second question. The question from the chat. Although I have practiced before, this counting method is the first time and looks like it is better. It took much longer to finish finish the last 5 times when I did the 15 tens. Bhante mentioned that once you go to a particular number of tens, not to reduce. However, for me, I think it might be beneficial to practice more on 10 tens before going to 15 tens, given the instructions not to worry about missing counts, etc. It looks like that should be okay as long as the goal is to keep increasing. Any advice is appreciated.
Yes. Thank you for your question. Yeah, that's why did I took the 15. I just wanted to show that if your mind is not ready for the 15, you will surely feel that it takes long time. And it's like you are for instance, if you are running long distances, after you have reached your capacity, feel like running 2 kilometers, or it's running more than what actually is. Why is that? Because our body has reached its maximum level of stamina. Same thing happens while we count, while we are counting. Though it's not a physical act, it's a mental act, the mind starts to feel the fatigue. Why is that? Normally, people are able to count 10 tens, but when you cross that line, if you feel the fatigue, mental fatigue, it shows that you have reached your capacity. So that's why I always encourage, after you have why did I took the 15? Because there may be some who could do it, and the beginners, if your mind is not ready, you will find the fatigue. So it means it has to be trained. But keep in mind, after you had trained for a long time, even 50 breaths would not be something difficult. You'll find that your time goes very quickly. So to show that, I took the 15 breaths. So it's always the instructions and always encouraged to start with the 10 tens and go with it for 2 weeks, right? At least maybe 1 week, or I would recommend 2 weeks for a person with people with busy schedules, like one especially living in a very busy country. And so if you can practice, more you practice is better, but keep the discipline. After you have started this course, given the task to yourself, after you have initiated this journey, never reduce it. Always, every day, try to do it. If you happen to miss 1 or 2 days, don't be disappointed. Try to continue it. The key to success is the continuous practice. So after you have practiced for 2 weeks, the 10 tens, and then shift into 15. Then do it for 2 weeks and then move into 20. So gradual development, you will try to see it, you will try to experience the gradual development. There are yogis who have been very successful in this method. So, but after we reach the 50s, then we stop the counting. Then we give the mind the opportunity to observe the breath without counting. But then at that time, you will see a sudden drop of your concentration after you stop the counting and try to focus on the breath itself. But the reason is, when you are counting, you are not only focusing on the breath, you are giving an extra support to your mind. That is the number. So even your mind is wandering, because of the counting, your mind comes back to the breath. It's like while a boat is being kept in a strong current, against a strong current. To keep it still, you need to have a stick or a anchor to hold the boat still. Otherwise, it will flow away. So likewise, when the mind is strongly occupied or influenced by the wandering nature of the mind, the wandering force, it's difficult to keep the mind in the breath, only on the breath. So we give the anchor, or we make the number as a pole or a stick to hold the boat. So because of this number, the mind is able to focus on the breath together with the number. So therefore, when we reach the 50th stage, we give up the counting and we focus on the breath, and then gradually we comes to the tip of the nose. So there are a few steps when you progress on this part. As you said, if you find it difficult to finish the last 5, as I expected, so try to do the 10 tens first for a few weeks and then move into the next step. Never be in a hasty. So then if you find, for example, in a certain sitting, after you have done the 10 tens, if you find that your mind is comfortable to continue for another few minutes or for another few countings, just go for 11 tens, 12 tens, 15 tens, 20 tens. If your mind is comfortable with that, and if you have time to do the practice, just continue with it. But some days you will reach the 20s, but some days you will reach the 15s. How much you increase is not the matter of fact. What matters is you should not reduce the number that you have determined to do. So therefore, if you have started the 10 tens, never reduce it. And after you have moved to the 15 tens, do not reduce it to 10. Always try to do the 15. Some days your mind will only focus at the number. Still, it's okay. Still, it's good. There are ups and downs in meditation, and you have to accept it. Sometimes you may get a very blissful experience. The next day, the meditation can be completely out of track because our mind cannot take that development because it goes ups and downs. But the developed mind would be able to maintain this gradual concentration each and every day. To come into that position, we have to have a lot of sacrifice. Every bliss in the life is gained with effort. So therefore, please keep on doing that, and I wish you all the best. And yes, that would be my instruction.
The next question is, I found that I was nowhere near completing the number of sets of 10 breaths. That was the aim. I was able to concentrate reasonably well, and I wasn't taking excessively deep breaths. Should I be doing something differently? Thank you.
I didn't get your question. Can you repeat it again? I couldn't get the full question.
Sure. I found that I was nowhere near completing the number of sets of 10 breaths. That was the aim. I was able to concentrate reasonably well, and I wasn't taking excessively deep breaths. Should I be doing something differently?
Yeah, if you find, thank you for your question. If you find it difficult to focus on 10-10s, I would instruct, and this is also an instruction given by very renowned masters in Myanmar. If you find this difficult to complete the 10-10s, you can take strong breaths. Like you can take it deliberately. Like for example, you just take it not very deep, but middle sort of deep breaths. We should not continue with this in the long run. That we have to keep in our mind. We should not continue with the long run. But for the initial, for initiating this practice as a beginner, it's still okay. There is a meditation technique, like there's a meditation center in Myanmar, which is called the Sun Lun meditation, which focuses on Anapanasati and moves into the Vipassana. They ask the yogis to take very deep breaths, like very strong breaths in the beginning. The reason is to get your attention towards the breath, because some yogis find it difficult. The breath is a subtle thing. And more you progress in the meditation, the subtler the breath becomes. So therefore, even in the beginning, taking a few deliberate breaths with some effort is not a problem. So if you can focus on 10-10s with some effort, do it for few weeks, maybe 2 weeks, 10-10s. Don't do it for a long time, because it may not be very helpful to your health, supportive to your health. So after you have completed 10-10s for 2 weeks, then you try to come into the natural breaths. So therefore, if you are finding it difficult, put some effort, make it clear to yourself, make the breath apparent to yourself, and then after your mind, because during those sessions with effortful breaths, your concentration would develop. There's nothing to do with the breath. Breath is not a spiritual faculty. Breath is not the thing that we have to develop. What we have to develop is the concentration. So whether it's a deliberate breath or a subtle breath or a long breath or a short breath, cool or a hot breath, doesn't matter, as long as you develop your concentration. So why don't we ask people to breathe effortfully in the long run? Because it can cause some health problems. That's the only reason. So therefore, I would recommend to do it for 2 weeks with some effortful breath. If you are able to continuously do it, you will develop the faculty of concentration. And then try to breathe normally, and you will see that you will be able to complete these 10-10s. After you have completed the 10-10s, it's a huge milestone, then you will be able to progress further. That would be my instruction.
One thing, just to add, there's another question relating to that one. Maybe I can ask that also. Can we use a chain of 10 beads to use in the Anapanasati meditation instead of counting 10 fingers? Does it interfere with your posture?
Yes, thank you for your question. It's possible because in Myanmar, in ancient days, people used to have that beetle counting necklace, we call it atamale. And also even it is said that some used to collect some stones, small pebbles, and maybe 10 pebbles on the hand, and after they have counted, they put one aside. So in the beginning, if you think about a deep concentration, folding the fingers, so counting a pebble or counting a necklace is disturbing your concentration. That is true. But in the initial stage, it will become an assistance for you. It will become an assistance. So that's why after you come to a certain stage, in my opinion, after you come to the 50 tens, we stop after you have done for a few weeks the 50 tens, we stop the counting and go into focusing only at the breath. So at that time, any physical movement is a disturbance for your concentration. So till you reach that level, till you reach 50 tens, yes, you can use this necklace thing, and also you can use even pebbles, or either you can fold your fingers, you can do as you wish. There's no problem. It's not going to interrupt because it's going to be the assistance in the initial stages.
Sounds fun.
The next question I have here is, if we count the number before waiting for the breath to complete, we may be focusing more on counting than the breath. How can we avoid this?
It means, does it mean that you keep on counting before the next breath appears? Is it the question?
Yes, I think it seems that you start the count before the breath ends, kind of a thing. So yeah, that's what he's saying. We may be focusing.
There are two ways. Okay, I'll put this in this way. Yeah. There are two ways of counting. To count the breath, 1, after it comes back, 2, goes in 3, 4. Other way is after the breath begins till the next breath occurs, you keep on counting 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. For example, it goes 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Then when it comes 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So there are two methods of counting. Because if your mind is uncontrollable, you rather do the continuous counting. So yes, your question is correct. Your attention goes to the counting. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. When you do the counting, in the beginning, more attention goes to the counting, not to the breath. But what happens is, when your concentration develops automatically, because our intention is to focus at the breath, though the number become apparent in the beginning, when your concentration, the faculty of concentration, samadhi develops automatically, it will shift towards the breath. So don't worry about that. Even though your attention is at the counting, whether you count 1, 2 at different breaths, or just keep on counting 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 and 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 till the breath ends, doesn't matter, as long as you are able to do the counting. So that is just focus on the counting the breaths. That's why I use the count in the breath, not focusing only at the breath, count in the breaths. You will develop the concentration. The most important is, this is a certain technique that we use. This is not the deep anapanasati. When you come to deep anapanasati, you should be able to focus on the breath without counting. That's how the deep concentration is gained. But it's difficult for people to jump into that level. So that's why we bring this initial stage. So therefore, even the attention goes into counting, it doesn't matter. You just keep on doing the technique.
Ananda?
Thank you, Swaminathan. Actually, we have some questions not directly related to the session today, but maybe we can ask them later. In the meantime,
okay, because you can ask, because even
we can ask
questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it okay to ask Bhante right now? Or,
I think
Ananda, I have a question directed to this one. I can ask that one thing.
yeah, okay, go ahead.
I think I have to inform that Bhante Sumedaloka, is it here, or because his connection seems to be a bit low, because he's in a different monastery at the moment.
Okay.
Can you see him in the Zoom?
Yeah, we can see him.
Okay, you are here, right? Okay. Please ask your question. We'll decide.
There's a question related to meditation. Venerable Sir, please explain how to develop this practice up to Vipassana practice.
Let me add to that. There's another question related to that one. Bhante, I have been practicing Anapanasati Samatha level. Will you please guide me how to do it in Vipassana level? I think the same thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for all your questions. It's like this. Anapanasati. Anapanasati is a samatha practice. We can use this for the means of Vipassana. Vipassana means understanding the reality of the life. So you see the life as Nama and Rupa, and you see the impermanent suffering and non-selfness of Nama and Rupa. That's called Vipassana practice. In Vipassana, we have specifically a few stages. You see what there is, the Nama and Rupa, mind and matter. And you have to understand that these mind and matter are conditioned by causes, sankata, conditioned. They are not created by it. They are not the divine. They are not a divine creation, or they didn't happen spontaneously without any cause. So it's understanding the cause and effect theory, Paticcasamuppada. Then we understand the impermanence or the impermanent nature, the suffering nature, the nature of begetting suffering, causing suffering, and also the non-selfness. So these are another stage. And also during the Vipassana, we also have to contemplate the benefits of Nirvana, which is very utterly necessary, starting from a certain Vipassana level. That's how the Vipassana is developed. So what do we do is when we develop the Anapanasati, there are a few ways that you can turn into Vipassana. One is you get into the jhana, and you comes out of the jhana and start to contemplate the nature of the jhana as mind, just mentalities, and then move into contemplate the impermanent suffering and non-self. That is also one way how you turn Anapanasati into Vipassana. Even before one has entered the jhana level, another way to focus on this Vipassana, because now this breath body moves into your belly or into your lungs. It comes from outside to inside. So this breath contains the prominent element in this breath body is Vayu Dhatu, the air element. The air element has the nature of pushing. And while it comes, our body also expands. You can see how the air element of the body increases and it starts to move. And also you can feel the hardness of the body. So what we have to understand is this breath, which has abundant air, comes into the body, enters the body. This air is not a self, because if it's similar to the air in the outside. And also the expansion of the body is caused by the air of the body, air element in the body. So that also has the nature of pushing. So these air elements does not have the nature of a self, and also the hardness in the body doesn't have a self. It's not a self. So based on this Anapanasati, we instead of focusing, when you shift into the Vipassana, just focusing on the breath is samatha, and when you focus into Vipassana, you see the air element of this breath body and try to see the 4 great elements in the body based on that air element. And then you start to see the 4 great elements, and also while in each and every breath, you see how the element moves, comes and ups and downs, and you see it arises and passes away, and again arises and passes away. Each and every breath, how the rupa arises and passes away instantly. So then you can move into understand the impermanence of the 4 great elements together with the element, the remaining elements, the hardness, the patavi, the heat, that coldness, the bio, and the remaining rupas of the body, you will be able to see how they rise and fall. Rise and falling means they constantly change. These actions do change. And then you have to focus on the mind, which focused at the breath body. That mind is just observing the breath body. It's not you are observing, the mind is just observing. One has to have some knowledge about this mind to know it. Otherwise, people can come to wrong conclusions. So observing is just the nature of observing. And if possible, you'll be able to see how the contact, the passa, the feeling in this observation, if you are able to segregate these elements with your wisdom, then the idea of self would start to dissolve naturally. Then you progress with the impermanent suffering and non-self. It's not easy to explain the entire vipassana in such a brief time. And also we have to have a gradual understanding about that. So that would be the initial entrance. Like you see the breath body not as a breath body, but the element of air. And that element of air enters into the body. With that, you see the expansion of the body. That is of the element of air. And then what expands is the hardness. That is the element of hardness, the patavi. And there's a heat inside, there's a cohesion inside. So you come into the four great elements. So Anapanasati is a good way to understand the air element. With that, you'll be able to penetrate into the four great elements in the body. But it's not only the vipassana, it doesn't confine to the matter, rupa. We also have to later see the observing mind. It should not be done at the same time. After you have observed the Anapanasati for a few minutes, then later, having done, you think about the past observation and try to know that how the observation has happened. So then it will be prominent. Then you will see the mind and matter. You see them separately, which is called separation of mind and matter, and you can process in the vipassana practice.
Sorry. Vijay, you're asking? You want me to ask another question here?
No, you can ask one.
There's a question here, Bante. Bante, I know you are a good Abhidhamma teacher. Please explain about Abhidhamma and why should we learn it?
About Abhidhamma, but
it's not related to this one, so that's why
I understand. I think I'll give a brief explanation, and also Bante Sumedolak will add something to this. Abhidhamma means like is one of the core elements of the Theravada tradition, I would call. I think someone who have joined my lectures knows what do I mean. So Abhidhamma is the base of the Theravada teachings. I would call the teachings of the Buddha has been in the way it has been preserved by the Theravadians. So Abhidhamma explains about the reality of the life. It explains about the reality of the life. So some are reluctant to study the Abhidhamma because of the numbers and so forth. But Abhidhamma gives you the base for your vipassana practice. So if someone can ask the question, can't you do it with suttas? Yes, you can do it with suttas, because there are beings who have practiced and got enlightened, just understand the suttas. But the thing is, whether you study in Abhidhamma method or whether you study with the Suttanta method, you have to, one, if someone is following the teachings preserved by the Theravadians, he has to have a solid understanding about the realities, what exists, what are the 5 aggregates, what are the 12 bases, what is Nama and Rupa. And we have to know that they are momentary, but they do exist even for a momentary, for a short period. And they are caused by, they are not happening automatically. They are caused, or they happen because of conditions, the causes. So as long as you know this basic philosophy of the Buddhist teachings, whether you study with Abhidhamma method or whether you study with Suttanta method, it doesn't matter as long as you know. So what are these realities? They are non-self realities. They are conditioned realities. They are impermanent, non-suffering and non-self realities. So this is the aim of studying the Buddhist teachings. But when you go into Abhidhamma, if I now just focus only at Abhidhamma, then Abhidhamma is a huge topic that gives you lots of understanding about your life and about your mind and matter. So is it necessary to study all the Abhidhamma? Not necessary to attainment, but more you study, clear to you. while you are studying Abhidhamma. So Abhidhamma explains about the mind, about your body, about your emotions, and how they are caused, what are the relations between the causes and effects, how the rebirth happens. All these have been detailedly explained in the Theravada Abhidhamma teaching. So I would call Abhidhamma acts as has a huge role in the core of the Theravada teachings, and it's utterly it would be very useful. Would be very useful. I would not say utterly necessary. I would say it's very highly useful for a person to grasp the idea of the Buddhist teachings. Why do I say that? Even by studying some sutras, you'll be able to get the essence, because people have got enlightened by studying the sutras. But the thing is, they are not going to contrast with each other. Even by studying the sutras, one should know the elements in the life, the aggregates in the life, how they are conditioned. So in Theravada teachings, Abhidhamma and Sutta does not clash in that basic level. There are different methods of Suttanta method and Abhidhamma method, how the teachings have been interpreted, but the basic is same for the both teachings. That's how I would put it there. So I think Bhante Sumedha Loka also can add something for this question.
Thank you very much for your question. I think if someone were to come up with a framework, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Yes. So if someone were to come up with a framework which Buddha himself used to preach his teachings, so we can say Abhidhamma is the framework that he used to teach his followers. So in simple terms, we can understand Abhidhamma as the basic framework that he used to preach his students and pupils. And also it resonates with ontology and metaphysics when we come to modern day philosophical terms. So that's one way of understanding Abhidhamma. As Bhante Maghavihari pointed out, Abhidhamma is in the traditional view, Abhidhamma is the utmost important teaching of the Buddha's whole teaching. So entire teaching, if you don't know the fundamentals of Abhidhamma, you know nothing about, bits and pieces of Dhamma here and there, but you don't have the complete map of the journey. So I would say, if someone wants to figure out what was Buddha teaching and what is his all teachings about, he has to learn Abhidhamma in order to have that big picture, I would say.
Yeah, the holistic picture you gain with the Abhidhamma knowledge. Yes.
Thank you. I had a question. This was one of my questions I was planning to ask at the end. Is that when I was small, I used to count for the meditation, and then when I went for my long retreat to learn meditation, so the teacher said not to count and just observe the natural breath. So I followed that one, and I found that it was difficult, but it had a lot of lasting impact, in a sense that even though I didn't understand any Abhidharma or any of Nama Rupa, I could feel that the person who is breathing is not me. So that make my I less, and that make my life less stressful, because I don't own me. That concept crept in. So I was thinking that, so the question is so the way what we are thinking here now is that when the person, it's difficult to do that one start at home, but when you go up to 50 counting, then we go into natural breath. Is that how it is proposed here?
Yes, so that's why this method was adapted.
Okay.
That's why this method was adapted. You find it difficult to focus on the breath initially, naturally. So when you do the counting, you are getting the help of the numbers.
Yeah.
So what develops is your concentration, the faculty of concentration.
Yeah.
And it's not only focusing at the numbers, it's a mixture. You focus at the breath, at the same time you get the help from the numbers. So after you have reached that level, because for example, if you change every fortnight, if you have done meditation, If you are changing every fortnight, you do 2 weeks 10 tens, and then another 2 weeks 15 10 15 tens. So likewise, you have to count 10 tens, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. So there are 9 sessions. So, and 2 weeks. So it means we have meditated for 18 weeks continuously if we are able to follow this course properly. So after meditating for 18 weeks, it means 4.5 months, roughly 5 months. So surely your faculties have grown by that time. Then you will be easily focused at the natural breath. It has been proven that people have gained the success with that. So the ones who were unable to focus at the breath from the initial stage, after they have done the counting for months, the next thing is like the busy schedules that we have as lay people. So after you cannot dedicate much time, and especially when it is not that much interesting, if the mind is highly wandering, people lose the interest. So the next thing is, the next hidden philosophy here is that most of our minds are task oriented. So we'd like to finish our tasks. If we have started something, our mind naturally likes to finish it and comes into rest. So we are giving the task, count 10 tens, count 15 tens. If you go beyond, it's okay, but never reduces it. So after you have completed, even in a ordinary level, maybe you'll not be able to have a quality meditation each and every session. But after you have completed the task, the mind starts to feel a satisfaction. So this satisfaction in the previous meditation sitting gives a huge contribution for us to continue with the next session. So that's why this method, that's why I do recommend this method when we initiate the Anapanasati meditation.
Thank you. Ananda?
Yeah, this question has 2 parts, Bante. Bante, with different teachers, we hear different techniques. How should we manage? Number 2, does the posture matter in Anapanasati Bhavana?
Yeah, the technique one is like, as long as the teachers are teaching the same technique, based on the same fundamentals, it's better to choose the teacher who suits you most. Even though two teachers are teaching the same tradition, same teachings, the techniques, the ways could differ. So therefore, it's up to you to select whom to follow. But there's one thing to clarify. It's not that much affecting the samatha practice, but when you come to vipassana practice, if the fundamentals are changed, then we are walking on different paths. That's why I always, in my lectures, I always try to advocate the idea of Theravada tradition. So Theravadians have a specific, unique way of practicing vipassana, which is different from other traditions. So when it comes to vipassana practice, just the teacher who suits you doesn't matter. It's not going to be effective. The teacher has to have a very solid foundation in the basic fundamentals. Otherwise, he'll be teaching something else, thinking that he's teaching something else. So then how to decide for the lay person? I know it's a difficult task. So I would always recommend you to study the fundamentals. If you are following the Theravada tradition, try to grasp the fundamentals first, and then you will be able to decide by yourself whom to follow. And that was the first question. And the second was the posture. Posture doesn't matter. Posture is not posture. No posture matters in any meditation. In Anapanasati, why do we select the sitting posture? Because you can stay for a long time. That's why. So if you have an erected posture, it's good for your meditation, easy for you to continue. Other than that, lying posture is not recommended in the beginning because automatically you fall into sleep. I think Bhante Sumedaloka will also add something about this choosing the teacher. I'd like to hear from you. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I mean, people do have their preferences. This is what we have to understand from the beginning. In the Buddha's time, also you can understand if you analyze correctly. Venerable Sariputta has his own peoples, and he normally the Venerable Sariputta's peoples and students follow his tradition, his way of meditation. So it's the same way with Venerable Moggallana and all the other foremost disciples as well. So this is kind of we can find the versatility of Buddhism. There are so many techniques. If you go to Myanmar, a very rich country with Buddhism, you can find so many techniques. But they do agree upon the fundamentals, as Bhante Magavihari mentioned. But there can be so many techniques. We can be really proud of our tradition, our religion, because we have so many options given by the Buddha and also the other teachers. So what you have to do is you have to find the right teacher, and you have to go with your preference. Even this is allowed by the Buddha to go, and not even with meditation, but he has given the instructions. If you have faith in some monk, you can offer him. Yassa pasidati tasadatabang. If you have faith in some other community, you approach them and do your charity upon them. So it is all about your preference, I would say. If someone's teaching method fits with your opinion, you can go and you can ask him. And if you feel like you are improving, you can follow your own heart. I think you have muted. Yeah.
Sorry, Bhante. Thank you, Bhante, for that answers. There's another question that is there any residence Vipassana retreat programs conducted for ladies, Upasikas, in IIT? Bhante.
IIT is, thank you for that question, actually. Actually, IIT is still developing. So there are only 16 months and we are in a very initial stage as an institution. We are planning to begin our monks training courses by next June. We have a vision, a plan. And it's not, so at the moment we don't have that residential facilities, not even for monks. So there's nothing to say about the lay devotees. But in future, after the monastery, hopefully after the monastery has been built, we have discussed on this matter a few times, our executive board, that there will be facilities for lay people, male and females alike, to come and practice here, because it's a huge land, roughly about 100 acres. So there we can have separate segments for the lay devotees and also for the monks. So in future, hopefully after the monastery has been built and when it's fully functioning, I cannot guarantee when it will happen. It would depend on how the people support us. So after that is been done, yes, female devotees are welcome. Normally, so far we have decided that if someone comes, have to come with another companion, unlike the male devotees, because it's a monks monastery. But still, they can come and have their leisure practice in cottages in the forest area. And regarding the retreats, we haven't come into an idea about conducting retreats, because our main aim is to educate the monks, to capacitate the monks in their spiritual qualities. But maybe in future we would think about, based on the requests conducting online courses in meditation. We already have some requests, and we have also invited some members of the institution to conduct. We would see it in future, but at the moment, we don't have such facilities because the monastery doesn't have the facilities.
You are muted, Ananda.
I'm sorry, Bante, I have two personal questions actually. I don't know whether we have time for that, but anyway, I'll put the questions first. First, the Theravada. I mean, you mentioned about Theravada. So what's the difference? What is the real meaning of Theravada? That is number one. And number two, now we had a little trouble in getting the bank account details for sending a donation. So when we ask the questions, how do we support? So maybe we didn't ask the question correctly. I know you are very, very strict on Vinaya, and so you don't handle cash or anything. So how do we support? I mean, is there any way that, or how do we ask that question? So maybe you can answer these questions. Thank you.
So regarding the Theravada question, if you go into the terms, Theranang Vado, the teachings that have been preserved or accepted by the elders, that's the meaning of Theravada. And it's like after the Buddha's demise, the disciples started to interpret the teachings in various ways. So there were schisms in the Sangha society. By the time of the king ascending of the Asoka's ascending onto the throne, the Magadhan empire, the Buddhist sects have been divided into 18 groups. There were 18 different schools. Theravada was one among them. Each and every sect claimed that they have the authentic teachings. That's natural. Anyone would not say that their teachings are subordinate to the others. That's natural to humans. So the Theravadins also claim that we are the purest form in the Buddhist teachings. So that is the meaning of Theravada. But the thing is, because arguing about the history, we cannot come into a conclusion, because it's quite difficult to argue and to come into a conclusion which tradition is authentic. So my approach is that the Theravada is a very rich tradition. It has the teachings explained from A to Z till the Arahanthood, Vipassana meditation from A to Z. So what I would suggest is, if we are born into one tradition, or if we are following a certain tradition, try to understand the fundamentals very deeply till the end. It doesn't mean that you have to study the entire Tipitaka. Fundamentals can be arranged to a certain amount, and you will be able to get the grasp the main meaning of the tradition. Then if you find it comfortable to follow, or if you find it conducive to your understanding, and if you follow its if you find that it is realistic, you are able to follow it. If you find it's not realistic, you can try. People can try other traditions. So that's my approach. So if I go into the word, Theravada means one of the sects, 18 sects that appeared by the time of, that were prevailing, I would call, but that were prevailing by the time of the Emperor Ashoka. And this Theravada tradition, I have to say, it's rich. It's a rich tradition. And I also like to have some opinions of Venerable Sumedalok on this also.
I feel I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
I had a related question. So when we learn in Theravada tradition, Satipatthana Sutra, is it same in Mahayana tradition or the Tibet tradition, or is different?
There is like this. Now we have the Agamas. We have the Nikayas. We have the Nikayas with us. There was a tradition called Sarvastivadins, and also subs that were divided from the Theravada group, because the entire 18 sects can be put into two. Theravadians and 6 Mahasangikas. Within the Theravadian group, they have a Sarvastivadin and so forth. So their sutras were arranged in the name of Agama. Agama. Theravadians coined them as Nikaya. So we have Agama and Nikaya to compare. Some Agamas are what we have in the Chinese translations. We don't have the original Sanskrit ones. So these Agamas were shared by some of the Nikaya, like Sarvastivadins and Sankrantikas. Then some of the sects had these Agamas. So we do have some translations of these Agamas. And they also contain the Satipatthana Sutra. But the Mahayana emerged. Mahayana is a combination of the Theravada and Mahasangika sects, especially from the Lokuttravadins. There is a huge influence from them, which belong to the other group of the Mahasangikas. So to my knowledge, there is no such a sutra called Satipatthana in Mahayana. To my knowledge, maybe I'm wrong to what I have studied. But there is a Satipatthana Sutra in Agamas. So some scholars are trying to match them and try to find out which one is more authentic, or was there any older version. There are some research going on and there are opinions on that. So the Satipatthana Sutras, I haven't studied it. The information that I have got from some readings is that there are slight changes in there. So the Satipatthana we have as Theravadians preserved in the Digha Nikaya and Majjhima Nikaya have slight changes from the Satipatthanas that we have in Agamas.
So the Tibetan tradition also the same?
Tibetan tradition is it's like this. Tibetan tradition normally their rituals are more into Mahasangika sect, but their studies are more into the Theravadian sects. So they do study the Sarvastivadi in Tipitaka. So they do study the Satipatthana Sutra, as far as I know. But yeah, they've studied as it has been preserved in Agamas.
Okay.
Because the Agamas were originally in Sanskrit language, and they were brought to China because the Hunsan came to Sri Lanka, because it's not the correct Chinese pronunciation. And somehow Hunsan and Itzing and also Fahian, they came into India and they brought certain books. One of the sects they took back to India was the Dharmaguptakas. Dharmaguptakas were a part of the Sarvastivadins, which had the Agamas. So these books were taken into China and they were translated into Chinese language. The original Sanskrit books were lost. Most of the books were lost in India. There are some Sanskrit versions. So now what they are doing, scholars are doing, it's not the modern Mandarin, the ancient Mandarin, the Chinese language. So they have made a lot of efforts to study these ancient scripts, which are written in Chinese language, and they have put it back into English and some other languages, and then they find it's quite different. So as far as I know, Tibetans do study these kind of Chinese translations and some Sanskrit versions of these Agamas. So they are more into that Agama, Satipatthana preserved in the Agama. We are focusing on the Satipatthana preserved in Nikayas.
Thank you.
I think, Bhante, we are slightly behind our schedule. Why don't we take a break and then come back? And that second question, maybe you can answer in another session.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Bhante. So we'll take a break then. So we'll come back.
The next session will be about Bhante Sumedaloka's meditation, right?
Yes.
Yes, Bhante.
Yeah. So he'll be teaching about something related to close to Vipassana and how to observe your mind. It will be a very nice session. So try to get the benefit out of it. He'll be guiding you during that period.
So we will be coming back at 10:30 California time, 11 Sri Lanka time, right?
Okay, thank you.
welcome back. And next, we are going to have a meditation session as Venerable Magavihari announced by Venerable Vallabhi Sumedha Loka Thero, and he was there in the earlier Q&A session. He's also a student of Aridhamma Mahathera, and he was ordained in 2007 in the Galduo forest tradition, and then took the higher ordination 2010, and 2012 he went to Myanmar, and there he spent time at different monasteries and learned from renowned teachers, and also followed a diploma course at the University International Theravada Buddhist Missionary University. And during his stay in Myanmar, as well as in Thailand, he learned many meditation techniques, and currently he's continuing undergraduate studies at the International Buddhist College in Thailand, while serving as a teacher at the International Institute of Theravada. And he's a talented Abhidharma and Pali teacher, and also he has remarkable skills in linguistic studies, and mastered languages such as Burmese, English, Pali, in addition to Sinhalese. Please, I will welcome for the meditation session.
Thank you very much for your introduction. This is a session we're going to be focusing our mind and try to do kind of have a relaxed meditation session. I think you can hear me, right?
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we
can
hear you.
Since I don't have a stable internet connection, I can't open my camera. So I'm sorry for that, but I think you can hear me. So if you have any interruptions, please let me know, then I can repeat. So as you might have heard, there are 4 foundations of mindfulness, which is called Satara Satipatthana in Sinhalese. Satipatthana, normally the Pali word. So there are 4 foundations of mindfulness, 4 ways that you can develop mindfulness. First one is called Kayanupassana, contemplation of body. Second one being contemplation of feelings, which is called Vedananupassana. Third one is called contemplation of consciousness, which is called Chittanupassana. And the fourth one being contemplation of Dhammas, Dhammanupassana. Today we're going to be looking at the third contemplation, which is called contemplation of consciousness. So what do you understand by the term consciousness? Consciousness is a part of the mind. According to Buddhist teaching, Buddha's teaching, mind has 2 component parts. Mind has 2 component parts. The first one is consciousness, and the second one is mental factors. So the consciousness can be understood. It's the bare awareness of an object. For instance, when you want to think about your home, suppose you're thinking about your home right now, the object of your consciousness is home. And there are mental factors which arise together with the consciousness, simultaneously with the consciousness and the mental factors. As I already explained, consciousness is the bare awareness of an object, but mental factors are the things which add colors to the consciousness. It modifies, they modify the consciousness. For example, when you have a craving or attachment with any object or a person, normally the consciousness takes the object of that person or thing you're attached to. What the mental factors, let's say the craving or the greed, what it does is that it adds the craving to the consciousness. Then you are bound to attach to that person or thing that you are contemplating on or thinking. So the mental factors and consciousness are, these are called mental, what we call nama. So if we are going to do this Chittanupassana meditation, well, we have to understand what is consciousness and what are called mental factors. So in this method, what we're going to be doing is that we try to focus our mind on consciousness. So the tools that we are using for this meditation is consciousness itself. So some teachers have commented, like, we are using the same knife. This is the simile given. You can cut things with a knife, but you can't cut the same knife with itself. So we are going to observe our mind, but the tool that we are using to observe our mind, it's the mind itself. So this is something easier said than done. So what you have to do is, when you're focusing on the consciousness, you try to think about what's happening in your mind. Normally, we are swayed away or carried away by the thoughts, mental factors. But we have to think about the consciousness all the time. But consciousness and the mental factors are inseparable. You can't separate them. But when you, let's say, for example, when you are meditating, you have anger or hatred pops out. You think it as anger. You understand. So the awareness of what's going in your mind is the tool that we use to develop mindfulness. So you are all the time aware of what's going in your mind. So what we can do is we can close our eyes and then we try to understand what's coming and going. The consciousness appears and it fades away, but we try to understand, observe it. Normally, meditation teachers, they use different kind of terms like observe it, see it, and you have to always look at it, or a lot of terms they would use. But what you have to do is keep your attention on your mind. It's a really difficult thing, but what you have to do is always try to think. If your mind is wandering here and there, just be aware of the fact that your mind is wandering. So the tool is given by a lot of meditation masters is that you have to
Ari, he's back.
Okay, Bante.
I think dropped.
Yeah, dropped again.
Can you hear me now? I think I was.
Yes, now it's okay.
So what we're going to be doing is we are going to focus on our mind, and whatever comes, whatever goes, we will be a neutral observer of what's coming and what's going. So we'll be focusing our this kind of practice for at least 25 minutes. But time to time, since it's a guided meditation, I'll be giving a gentle reminder to be aware of what's going on in your mind. So how do I do that? I'll keep repeating awareness, awareness and awareness in order to keep you on track. What you have to do is don't forcefully think about anything. If your mind wandering here and there, just repeat the word wandering, wandering, wandering. If you don't feel anything, you can contemplate that as well, but just be aware. Or if you feel sleepy, drowsy, you can observe that as well. So what we are doing is try to be aware of what's happening in our mind. So I'll be giving a gentle reminder time to time. Now you can practice the meditation. If your mind is wandering, please pull it back. You have to understand that you are a neutral observer. What comes in and what goes out, you can watchfully see and observe it. No need to be hurried. You just see what's happening on in your mind. If your mind is so agitated, you can use the word sati, which is a Pali word, which means mindfulness. So it's a kind of a reminder for your mind to be mindful. You can mentally pronounce this word mindfulness, mindfulness, mindfulness. Sati, 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 mindfulness, mindfulness, mindfulness. So that is one way of pulling back your mind to awareness. Again, if your mind is wandering or you feel you lost track of your mind, what you have to do is keep repeating mindfulness, 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 sati, 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 a little bit determination, and try to observe your mind. Mindfulness, 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 sati, 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 sati. There must be so many things going on in your mind, but don't worry, just observe what's happening. Try to understand what's happening, what you're thinking. Do not get carried away by thoughts. So if you feel agitated, you can practice repeating the word sati, sati, sati as a tool to pull back your mind to the stage where you feel you as a neutral observer of your own mind. you're on the right track, you understand only the consciousness remains. There's nothing else, only the consciousness working all the time, taking objects here and there, objects belonging to past, objects belonging to future. The consciousness is working all the time. Mindfulness, mindfulness, mindfulness. Sati, sati, sati. Okay, this is a gentle reminder. Establish mindfulness by focusing on your consciousness. Whatever comes, it can be hatred sometimes, it can be lust, sometimes it's joy. Whatever comes, you watch your consciousness very carefully. And you don't get carried away by these thoughts. All the time you think about what's happening in your mind. You are a neutral observer of your own mind. There's nothing you can do. You're just the observer. You just see some things. You're not reacting to things. You just see and you watch things. That is the only duty that you can perform right now. mindfulness, mindfulness, mindfulness. Sati, 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 sati. Mindfulness, mindfulness, mindfulness. Sati, sati, sati. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Can anyone hear me? I think we just passed 30 minutes now.
Yes, Bante, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you.
So
Thank you.
we are supposed to end
Yes.
our session right now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Bante.
Yeah.
And so do you want to give any remarks about anything?
I don't know the schedule exactly, but do you have something?
So the next is that then maybe I will give some remarks about the day, and then we are going to start walking meditation. And at the moment we have a video which we got it like last year from Satipasala, which you are going to play. But if you could give some instruction about the walking meditation, something that will be nice.
I think I better not interrupt.
Okay.
Video. Yeah.
Okay. Then Bohamping, thank you very much, and
thank you. You're welcome.
And we'll see you tomorrow. And so I hope you all enjoyed learned and enjoyed the first day. And we started with Anapanasati with Venerable Magavihari, and it was he presented so that it can be practiced by lay people with a lot of work. So that I hope that people can start practicing. So a lot of times, people are afraid of Anapanasati because it's very difficult to observe the natural breath. Now there's a way you can go step by step towards the natural breath in the future. And we had practiced that, and then we went through Chittanapassana. And tomorrow we are going to have another type of meditation, Mudita Bhavana, and also we are going to have more talks there. And so the next what we are going to do is that we are going to have a video on walking meditation. So please watch the walking meditation video. Then after that, practice it yourself today and these meditations. And please come back at California time 7 a.m. and Sri Lanka time 7:30 p.m. For the tomorrow's session. And so we'll have the walking meditation now.
Mindful walking. You may already know we can practice to be mindful in any posture, such as sitting down, walking, lying down, or you can be mindful doing any day-to-day activity. But mindful walking. You may already know we can practice to be mindful in any posture, such as sitting down, walking, lying down, or you can be mindful doing any day-to-day activity. But today, let's see how we practice mindful walking. First, we need to find a place to do our mindful walking. You could practice mindful walking indoor or outdoor when the weather permits. Ideally, on a sand or a gravel walking path. You can also do it on a lawn. But today, we'll be using a sand walking path. Make sure you have enough space to walk about 20 to 30 steps up and down comfortably. Walking barefoot is preferred whenever that is practical. To begin with, it's recommended that you do a few rounds of walking back and forth where you choose to do your mindful walking. Walk in a relaxed and natural pace. This will help you to warm up and be ready. Before you begin your session, at the starting point of your walking path, stand still. Keep your arms in a comfortable position, by your side, at the back, or in the front. But don't swing the arms to and fro. Be aware that you are about to start mindful walking. From now on, you have no dealings with the outside world. Your only friend is mindfulness. Now for a minute or two, be mindful of your posture. Be aware that you're not sitting down or lying down, but standing up. Note how your feet touch the ground. Feel how your body weight evenly distributes on each of your feet. Keep your eyes open and downcast. Look in the direction of the ground at about 2 meters in front of you, but not anything in particular. Now start walking. Keep a relaxed and natural pace. Let your body knowledge determine the right pace for you. Be mindful that you're walking. Your attention is focused on your lower part of the body. Be attentive to the movement of your feet, the shift from left to right. Note the sensations. What do you feel? Focus on different parts of your sole, heel, arch and toes. Do you feel a difference in hardness, softness, or in temperature in different parts of your sole? When you reach the end of the path, bring both feet together and stand still for a moment. Slowly turn around, being aware that you are turning. It is important that we note the actions and sensations as they occur, not before or after. At any point of this process, if you see or hear something, or you realize that you are not mindful on your walking, that's perfectly fine. Bring your attention back to the process of walking. Note the sensations as your foot touches the ground. Every time you turn, note that you are turning. If thoughts arise, note those, but do not get involved. Don't try to suppress your thoughts. Continue with mindful walking. Relax and enjoy the act of walking. Now it's time to end the walking session. Carry your mindfulness into the sitting session. But remember, slowly, mindfully, and silently. Practice mindful walking at home. Carry your mindfulness into a sitting session. Let others join as well.
So that is the end of the program, and see you all at 7 a.m. in the morning in California time. And please practice what you learned. Do some of these meditations tonight, and also we also simulcast these things through YouTube. That's Akoba WC, the YouTube channel, and so later time we plan to put them out as videos also. And see you tomorrow, 7 a.m. sharp. Thank you.
Thank you and metta to everybody. See you tomorrow.